Alright guys, what's up? Dude, it took way too long just to get off this setup. Holy cow. Alright. Alright. We'll see if these brushes still work. I have one that I have with the like really dark red ink that I use for more of like a blood scene or something, or sometimes like a dark maroon, but we'll see if it still works because the ink has been in there a while, so we'll see if that works. All right. I don't even know what to draw. Hey, super hyped to see what you draw today. Thank you, man. Yeah, we'll see what happens. I usually don't like plan it too much what I'm gonna draw ahead of time. Just kind of go with whatever happens. Yeah, I made some sketchbooks on a with like my art printed on it, and I did this like doodle on the inside cover to see, kind of like test out the paper and different, see if it could handle ink, and it handles like the ink out of the brush really well, like no problem. It's just not very good with marker, which I kind of expected, but yeah, the paper is like a pretty middle. It's like kind of thin, but not like so thin that it can just hold ink on its own. But all right. Make sure I'm on camera still. No, what's up from Russia? Your drawings are fire. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's good to be back on paper after doing digital for so long. I didn't have like a good setup to record at all to do this like paper and traditional art. We'll see if this setup's a little more stable. I think you should think about selling those unless you already do. Yeah, they're on my website. If you I like made a website a couple weeks ago as like everything now compact on like one single spot. Whereas before you had to go like all over the place to find anything. And now it's just like my art collection book and a bunch of prints and all of that kind of stuff just all in one place. All right. I kind of like thought the other day, and I was like, whenever I'm starting a drawing, and I don't know what to do, I think like doing something pretty familiar, just to get kind of some kind of start going on the page, seems to help. And then if I want to try something crazier and more out of my comfort zone, then I'll usually do that a bit like later in the drawing. But I think just kind of getting something on page helps. Like, yeah, perfect Christmas present. Thank you, Master. Yeah, I ordered a lot of the. Here, I'll grab some of the other ones. I ordered a bunch of them to just kind of like see what the quality and everything is like. So this is like one of the other covers, and all the drawings just wrap around the whole thing. Here's some of the other one. But yeah, they're pretty sick. They're a lot smaller. Well, they're actually not that small, cause like this is like the normal size sketchbook that I usually get, and it's like not too much smaller than it, and the paper is just like a tad thinner than something like this. But yeah, it's pretty good for just like ink. It just can't handle markers as well. But I haven't tested it with like water or too much of that. But yeah, these are some of the other ones. There's a lot more, but those are the ones that I ordered to kind of try out. Oh, that's definitely gonna snag a couple. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. All right. All right, we'll see how this goes. Yeah, I always like to start with some kind of, I don't know. I'm always like into samurai and those kind of like traditional things. So just starting with something that's like that, and then I'll kind of probably move into some more out of comfort zone things. Yeah, I'll see if I can zoom in a bit. I don't know if that helped at all or made it worse, but let's zoom out to get a little further. feel like my camera's like a tad dark. I don't know if it's because I zoomed in or what. Yeah, just keep it out here. I haven't messed with like the camera settings too much, so it'll probably get better as I figure out what even needs adjusting. Hey, what's up, man? I haven't drawn on paper in actually so long though. I did that like little drawing on the sketchbook last night. But other than that, I've mostly been drawing on my iPad and doing animations and different things. But I like traditional art a lot more. Just mostly because of the feeling. Like whenever whenever I'm drawing, it's like your hands are like actually touching the page. And every like brushstroke or when you use the pen, it's I don't know, just more like organic feeling, I guess. I don't really know how to explain it. Got some like elf samurai going on. Let's kind of layer these shoulder pads out. Yeah, this is kind of what I was saying though. Of like starting like a little bit similar to something that I've done before. Like starting with the samurai mask and then like the hair and things I've done in the elf ears, and then like slowly working out of it, and then add in like more of a different shoulder pad than I've done before. And then I at least get something on the page, so I am not. It's kind of just standing there doing nothing and staring at the page for a while. At least for times that like I go into it and I don't know what I'm gonna do. But there's a like I'd say most of the time I kind of know before I sit down kind of somewhat of what I want to do. But there would just be times when it's like very blank state and I have no idea. No plans. try to finish my tea before it gets cold. Every time in the morning, I'll warm up, like, or I'll make coffee and then I'll start drawing, and then, like, I lose track of time, and 30 to 45 minutes in, then I look down and I just have like a full cup of coffee that I didn't even start. I'm like, no. And then it gets cold, and then I'll like reheat it in the microwave and then start drawing again, and then lose track of time, and then it's already cold again. It happens pretty much all day. Just like a continuous battle throughout the day of trying to have some warm tea or coffee. And some mornings I'll just like kind of like force myself to not draw and just like watch YouTube for at least until I finish my coffee, so that I can at least drink it in like one sitting. Man, I miss the texture so much of drawing with ink. It's like always one of the hardest things to get digitally is like you can get textured pretty easily, which is the textured brush. But there's definitely a difference on like a natural tool. You get like a more of a variety of texture. Like not every brushstroke is kind of like the same stamped piece over and over. So that I always really like that. Hmm. I'm not sure what I want to do with this character's weapon. Maybe I'll do. Hmm, maybe I'll do like a spear or something. I don't usually do that. Could be kind of interesting. Now I'll try to get like this back arm. Maybe push back. If I can get it in, I might not. This could probably work. And then just gotta get a good like angle on this back part. Kind of, I feel like I could probably get this bottom hand in there. Maybe have like the spear coming across, and then his other hand is maybe balancing it a bit. Yo, another live? Yeah, I'm gonna try my best to live stream a lot more. We'll see how consistent. I can be with it. I don't wanna promise, be like, yeah, I'm gonna stream all the time, and then I just disappear for like 3 months. Right, that'll probably work. I feel like the downside that kind of comes with the texture from the ink is that it can get like very crowded quickly, since like every piece of texture is kind of like a little piece of detail. So if I'm like detailing too much, it might get like very crowded in certain areas. But it also kind of worked and like in my favor a little bit, since we can use like areas that are open and don't have as much detail, and then it makes like a nice contrast. So it's a little bit of balancing, but it kind of comes with like a little bit of a trade-off. Yeah, I know what you mean. Don't want to be too hasty. I'll try to join in next time you have a co-op drawing thing going. Oh yeah, yeah. I'll definitely. I'll have to do that again. Yeah, it was pretty fun. I'll probably have to like do some more of a. I have to try to figure something out with online drawing. Yeah, I'll have to figure out a way where not just like anyone can just join, because it kind of does open it up to people that don't really care about drawing and are just there to kind of ruin people's days and troll. So I have to find a way where it's like a little bit more controlled. I should do that a bit more. Is the brightness on the page all right? I feel like it's kind of dark. It looks kind of dark on OBS, but I don't know how it looks on YouTube. I try to get it like as bright as possible. I don't know if my lights are messing with it or what, but You're from Singapore. I love your drawings. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. It looks pretty good. Okay, okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure. It's like hard to tell because I don't know if my monitor is like my monitor brightness might be just be down pretty low too. Alright, I won't mess with it then. Don't wanna ruin it. Alright, probably continue making the armor black. Man, I had like three of these pens just like sitting in my drawer, and then I took them. I took like all three of them out. I was just gonna try them all, and one of them had been like, I don't know if it was leaking like for sure, but it was leaking out the front and the back end too, off the back here, and it kind of just like was exploding onto my page, and I threw that one away, but I have two others. Well, this one and one other one now that are working pretty good. But yeah, that was so kind of sucked. I don't know if I have that. Oh, maybe I do. Yeah, this is the one that it exploded on. I was doing, I was drawing like these kind of like cows. Some of them look like cow dogs and different things. But yeah, I was drawing them, and then I switched to a different pen, and then that one started. I thought I could just kind of like get all the ink off the brush and kind of like run out the ink so it wasn't as clogged, but it ended up just never never going away. And then yeah, it's the other side, but yeah. So and then I realized it was leaking out the back end too. So just threw it away. A Goblin Warrior? Yeah. Yeah, I stream R2 and I always have to put my monitor brightness down to super low, otherwise my face looks like it was hit by the light of God. Yeah. Yeah, I have my monitor set down pretty low because whenever I was I don't know, whenever I like stay up late playing video games or something on my computer, then it would get super it would just like I don't know, burn your eyes out the next day. My eyes would just be so dry. I think I literally have my monitor as low as it goes. Oh yeah, I was like, I knew there was some part of the character that I was working on. I couldn't remember which part. Missing the whole blade of the spear over here. Usually I put the swords on the left side of the character, but can't really remember what side it's supposed to go on, but I'll just put it. on this side, since if I put it on the other side, it's gonna be kind of blocked by the hands there. This looks fantastic so far. Thank you. Yeah, I feel like I'm like kind of rusty, but also kind of just like clicked. Like I never stopped drawing traditionally in weird some like a weird middle state kind of. I honestly feel like the craziest like drawing practice for just like spending like a lot of time and just doing a lot of drawings over and over is probably animation. Like when I was doing the animations, the amount of drawings that I would do, and like I would spend like one of the days I swear I drew for like 15 hours straight just animating, and it's like at least every day that I animated I probably did like 150 frames, and like a lot of them have multiple characters, so that's like at least 300 drawings of characters. It's just like insane, and it's such a like a frame to frame thing, so I didn't even like know how long I was drawing for. Which is crazy because like if I did 150 characters on a piece of paper like this, I would definitely like know, because it'd be pretty obvious that I burned through like 10 pages right away. But yeah, they weren't as like detailed as like sitting down and doing a more slow paced drawing like this. But it's just crazy the amount of drawing that animation requires. When you're doing your diploma in animation is pretty nuts. Yeah, dude, animation is no joke. It's actually pretty mind blowing. Especially like anime has well, at least anime used to have like not that many frames. Like it was like 15, it's still 15,000 like I think on an average anime. And like Avatar: The Last Airbender, I think has like 30,000 per episode, but that's just like insane amount. I don't know how many animators they have at one time, but it sounds like a hyperbolic time chamber for drawing. Yeah, it actually, it's crazy, dude. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about animation. Like I have like moments now. Like I just kind of started it like a month ago, but I have moments where it's like, oh, I want to do an animation of this like fight scene or something, and I'll kind of just go until like I run out of fuel working on it, and then like when I run out, it's like I don't want to touch it at all. Like I like once I run out of the motivation to work on like a particular animation, it's like done. You found in between so tedious? Yeah. I I don't even do in betweens. I kind of just go from like one frame to the next and just keep going and see when it happens. So yeah, I didn't even try to do in betweens. Just like I didn't want I didn't want to do that tedious stuff. Hey, welcome, Crafted. Yeah, I get that for sure. When I did video games, I tended to work in stages. I'd finish up the sketch stage and use that in the prototypes, then polish it up when it's confirmed. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, just kind of like working loose. Yeah, I remember well when I like go through and color it, that's where it's like really really tedious just going through. Like on all of them, like when I did the Wolverine and or like Mario, it's like I'll do all of the red parts on Mario and go through like 300 frames and just color each part that's like red on Mario, and then I'll go through color each part that's like brown and just keep going through each color, and it's just like so tedious. Just kind of like turn your brain off and try to get through it as fast as possible. It is really satisfying though, seeing like your characters and everything you did like have movement and a lot of life into them. You get kind of like a yeah, extra reward out of it. Or like doing a drawing like this, it's kind of like, I mean, besides if you like add color and shading over it, it kind of stays the same. Whereas like animation, it's got a lot of like, it can go a little bit further. Yeah, the coloring's the worst. I think animation stages is why I tended towards pixel art when I made video games. Yeah, I definitely whenever I would start coloring, I'm like, by the time I finished, I probably could have had like another 300 frames done of just like drawing, like just because it takes so long, could have just done more drawings. But yeah, it's such a weird balance. I think animation teaches you a lot about making even static drawings dynamic, though. Yeah, yeah, definitely. Like one thing I noticed, and like in animation too, is almost like the more fucked up you make, like your drawing, it makes it like so much better. Like especially like just doing certain scenes and having like in the Mario animation I did, there's like the part where I mean, all Mario's doing is like he's charging back like a fireball. But then I just had like a little part that I just wanted to go crazy, and it, like his nose is like being like super pressed towards Donkey Kong, and it's just like it doesn't even need to be there. Like it's just an extra thing, but just like really like stretching back Mario's face and just kind of like making it look more and more fucked up each panel. Just makes it look like so much cooler, and it's pretty much what I was doing like on each of the different areas. But yeah, it's just that's something that is like feel like it's very obvious in animation, but it's like doing regular drawings and kind of want more like stability and things working more in line, where animations like you can do those like crazy things and they actually like it makes it like so much better. Yeah, there's memes of some Looney Tunes frames when they're just exaggerated to the point of silly putty. Yeah. Yeah, dude. The Looney Tunes animation is crazy. Like, I don't even know how they came up with a lot of the. Like, they're just so out there. Like I don't know, like the situations. Like, they'll hit him with a hammer and then their head will turn into like a missile or something and then fly off. Like, it's so crazy. Yeah, I've seen like the Naruto frames too, of like where they have like the crazy looking Sasuke face from after he's being hit by Naruto. Yeah, I think that's the cool part of animation though, is that freedom. Exaggerated angles, motion frames are probably the best thing about animation in your opinion. Animation is best when it heightens reality. Yeah. Dialed up to 11. Yeah, I like that it's like so different than regular drawing, but also like the same thing. Like it's not like you're not really doing anything different other than doing multiple drawings. But it definitely has like a different flavor. Definitely read the Animator Survival Kit if you haven't already. It's incredible. Yeah, I should check that out. I've kind of just been like going into it and just experimenting. It's like messing around with just like movement. But yeah, I think like the pure amount of like drawing that you do, and then also like the movement, like it definitely helped in just like regular normal like sketching and stuff. I'll try out some like kind of just some swirly pattern for this armor. See what that ends up looking like. Just kind of get something to break it up from the materials that the other stuff has. You didn't do any animation anymore, primarily just because illustrations nowadays. But this gives me nostalgia. I got a flash when I was 8 or 9 and would animate with my mouse. Dang, that's crazy. Yeah, I was always too scared to do animation until like literally a month ago, and then I just tried it. I was always scared of the amount of work it would take, especially like everywhere you hear about animation. It's like, oh yeah, it takes too much too much time to just make like 2 seconds. Really liking how the pattern's looking. Thank you, man. Yeah, it's been nice though animating because before I kind of had like painting as like a good mix up from regular drawing. If I ever got burnt out of like doing this, then I would just go do painting on my iPad. And then, but animation's like a good third one, and it's kind of just like really good for practice. So it's nice having like a extra one. I don't know if I'd ever do 3D modeling, but that's also like a another thing that I haven't tried yet. I'm kind of maybe waiting until some program comes out that makes 3D modeling a little less crazy. Whenever I see people doing 3D modeling, it looks like it's like messing around with a program like just as much as they're making something. I don't know. I'd rather have something where it's like more intuitive, Where is that? Even when I'm using like a digital program for drawing, I'm just kind of using like a basic paintbrush or pen, and then just doing what I would do on any other. Nowadays, you paint miniatures or sculpt if you get burnt out on drawing or painting. Actually, I found VR sculpting to be incredibly intuitive. It is high barrier of entry though. Oh, I didn't. Yeah, I didn't even know that was a thing. I've never really gotten into the 40K stuff. Yeah, I feel like I'd have to do something with like yeah clay or something like very hands on. I do like a lot of the art from the Warhammer stuff though. There's this really fun. Well, I never really like played it correctly, but there was like a cool barbarian like board game thing. I don't even know what it was, but it was like a board game, and you could set up like there was probably like a game master, and you could set up the board. Well, one person would set up the board and like traps and different things, and you would like roll a dice, and then the other characters were like some barbarian. I don't know what it was because I was like probably like 6 years old when when I saw it, but I remember the pieces and the art looked really cool. Now we're on camera a little bit better. This looks amazing, by the way. Thank you, man. These brushes, the brush pens I have are so old, and the the nib is like so worn out that it's basically like feels like I'm drawing with a square. Like I don't even squeeze the like back end ink canister part either. It's just like it kind of just like spills out sometimes, but I'm just kind of going with it, and I guess it's working. It's just got a mind of its own now. Oh god. I found a Pentel brush pen in packaging yesterday from 2 years ago. I bought it as a gift for my friend and I forgot to give it. Are you still gonna give it to her then, or are you gonna keep it? I think if you never used it, it should still work fine. Yeah, that's understandable. No, I would have kept it too. I'm running out of brush pens. I usually like drawing with just like normal dip ink with a brush, but I didn't want to. At least this is like the first stream with this setup that I'm doing right now, so I didn't want to go like too crazy and have water and a bunch of other things to worry about. So just kind of keeping it simple. But yeah, then at least with like a regular brush, I can kind of control how the ink is flowing a bit better. And then I can also do like water washes and more things like that. But yeah, these brush pens are good at doing texture. I find the thing that I'm always fighting about with these brush pens, or fighting the brush with, is you get like weird in betweens where like you might want more ink in the brush, so then you like load the cartridge, and then it might not be enough. There's like a weird balancing, and then when you get like a really good line going that's like pretty thin, it's really hard to like keep it in that state for very long before it either takes a dump on you or goes too dry. And then the ink seems like it never wants to come out. Used the dip pen for a while, and I'm pretty sure I knocked over the ink on stream once. Oh no. Yeah, I haven't done that yet, but I've talked about that happening so much that I feel like it might happen eventually. Man, that sucks. I hope that would suck to spill out on the floor. Did it go on your drawing or did it go on your floor or on your desk? Yeah, I find that's my main problem with them as well. I find it's hard to control dry brush calligraphy kind of effect with the brush because you don't have a ton of control. Yeah. At least over the month that's coming out, it didn't make a mess, fortunately. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I think like these kinds of brush pens are like a convenience thing. They do kind of have like a sweet spot that if it was if it was consistent, I would probably use it over a dip brush, but it's just really hard to get them consistent. Try to get this hair at least interesting. So it's not just some kind of like ink blob over here. I've been trying to get some kind of like rat nose looking thing on my dragons. Trying to find something that looks good with it. It's a little I've been finding it a little bit tricky though. Nowadays, I generally use a brush pen, a felt brush pen. I've been having health issues and my hands sometimes shake, and it's harder to get precise pressures when that happens. Oh man, sorry to hear that. Oh yeah, yeah, I forgot about the felt brushes. It's like more like a marker, right? I have a few of those. But yeah, those are definitely easier to get like more control out of, or at least more of like a consistent line. Yeah, I've noticed like if I draw for a lot, my wrist will start hurting, and um, so I can't really use like ballpoints. I can't use those at all. Like my my wrist will just hurt so bad after like 30 minutes of using one. So I can't really. I try not to use anything that like requires a lot of pressure. Yeah, sometimes I'll have to be careful too using a brush. Like sometimes naturally, if I want like a really thin line, I'll like really tighten my grip on the brush and try to get something thin. But then I'll kind of try to like let off the tension a bit and just kind of like try to hold it a little softer. You have to go, but immense pleasure being able to chat with you. Been subbed for 2 years now, and it's cool to see your channel grow. Yeah, man. Thank you for stopping by and hanging out. I hope you have a good rest of your day, man. 2 years is crazy, dude. I think I started my channel like three and a half to 4 years ago. Almost been along for the whole ride. think I kind of want this dragon to sort of loop up and back around. We'll see. I'll try to get it like as pushed back too. I've kind of been like slowly messing around with the shape and trying to get something else a little bit cool, I guess. Probably do some like cool horns coming out of here. With all the like the hair that I have going on there, I can kind of mess with the sizing a bit since you won't even see like the under half there where the horns connect. So it could be kind of cool to try something a little bit exaggerated like this. All right. The top half of the dragon should be kind of easy since he won't really like have much going on there. And then I'll maybe add like scales to kind of add a bit of detail there. Maybe place some horns across here. All right. Yeah, the horns on the back of the dragon really kind of like smudged a little bit. Really helps kind of like get a little bit of space between this front character and then kind of just trying to like shove him back into space. And then I could kind of like continue the hair off his head a bit here. And then kind of like slowly taper it off a bit as it gets back on here. Kind of almost like shading, but with the actual parts of the hair. All right. This arm might be like a little bit tricky. I'll probably have to, I kind of want to bring it back here. And across. It's kind of just a little bit tricky since I don't want to like totally mess up. It could get a little easy to mess up the shape of the character next to him. I think this will probably work though. I'll put some sort of like contour hatching just to kind of like feel out and just slowly shape out the dragon a bit. And after doing this other arm, I kind of feel like it might be cool if he's sort of like leaning into this a bit. Can have his other arm come back out like that way. Dang. I realized I actually forgot to change the thumbnail on the live stream. It's probably whatever it was from yesterday's, but that's alright. I'll get it right tomorrow. Alright. I kind of like taper off these horns to get a little bit shape. Trying to think how I want some other enemy types, but can I come up with like a random design here? Probably have his arm like come up and across here. I don't really like have enough ink flow in this brush, so I'll just kind of like make it into some kind of like design off of the dry brush. Since I won't really be able to cover it all with black right now. Do some kind of armor maybe on his hand. And then try to get more of like a defined line. For the waist here. Right. Try to get this back arm probably off to the back here. Get the back arm off to the back. Try to get as much like ink into the brush too. The good thing is he's pretty close to the foreground here, so he'll have a lot more like dramatic differences in the values. Alright, and then I want to try to get this back arm a little bit closer to like this character's like distance back, but then also keep him so he's on some kind of front area. So like kind of a lot closer to the other character's hand that's close. Alright, that should probably work. Let's see if this brush is... It seems like it'll probably be fine. Alright, that looks pretty cool. Alright, now I can kind of like have more of the scene kind of figured out, and I have like a enemy or opposing character here, so he'll help a lot in figuring out the rest of the piece. I'm gonna see if I have a gray marker. Alright, I have two shades. I don't know. They're probably not going to be much different at all. Oh, okay. I have a third. See if I have like a even darker. I'll just go like all warm grays probably. Alright. Looks like this is what we're working with. Got 3 grays. Just got back from washing dinner dishes. This looks utterly glorious. Thank you, man. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, that might be too dark. Is that a 1? Alright. Maybe it's not as dark as I'm thinking. Alright. I don't want to do like too much color. We'll see what the darkest gray that I have comes out. Alright, that should work pretty well actually. Lately I've been kind of like doing some like in between of a little bit of color, but also making like the grayscale sort of also matter in a way, so that the color just kind of doesn't take over, and then I can have like some like middle ground where the whole character doesn't need to be all colored. And then when I do that, it's kind of like trying to make the blacks and the grays almost be like those are the real colors of the item. So like his hair would just be black and not like a value. All right, and I'll try the 3. And I'll just kind of like pick some pieces. So like between these, I'm kind of like figuring out which one I want to just be white. Which I'll probably do something like this, and then have this waistband here be more of this color. And then from here, it's kind of choosing, do I want the pants or or the parts around his shin, which maybe I actually do the darker one now, 'cause those are a lot different than I thought. Yeah, I think here I'll just choose both. Just do. Well, I could do the shoes now. Yeah, there's really not much difference between those. Alright. I'll do his shoes. This lighter color. We'll see how that goes. I don't know. I kind of like this like alternative sort of look to it. I don't know what it really what it really would be called, but it's kind of like just keeping things white, or like if the armor was actually white and then things black, and then using those two as colors, and then so then I have like with these 3 other ones I have like 5 colors, so it can kind of look like the drawing's a little bit more color than it actually is. There's an animalistic viciousness to your style that greatly complements these sort of pieces. Yeah, I try to like make the characters like look very aggressive, or like I don't know. It's just like the most fun thing for me to draw. Since I like when they're like very like the animals. That's probably like the animal part. Is I like drawing the animals like with a furrowed brow, and then like their eyes are like look vicious. So, and then the people kind of the humans kind of come across, and I like doing that, like the same thing with the humans. It does go really well with I also like doing like mostly action scenes or fight scenes, and so those expressions kind of cross over pretty well. But yeah, it's kind of funny you said that because I usually don't. It's I've been doing it like trying to add that in for so long that I don't even notice it anymore. Yeah, I get what you mean. Lots of intensity in the designs, part of what attracted me to this channel in the first place. Yeah, it's cool. Yo, I'm also an artist. Hey, sick, dude. Yeah, even like I don't know. I was looking at this one that I did like a while ago, and they have that. They have like a very even though it's like more cartoony and like happy, I guess, for the mood. It's they're still kind of are very. I don't know how to explain it. Like a kind of like you said, like an animal or like a little bit sly. I have no idea. Maybe I'll have the leg down here. Yeah, welcome to the channel, man. Yeah, kind of looking back on it, I feel like a lot of the characters that I've liked from like a lot of the Marvel characters, I really like Nightcrawler and like Wolverine, and a lot of those characters are very like I guess animal like. We draw anime and stuff like Dragon Ball. Yeah, Dragon Ball. I really like the art on that. I feel like as time goes on, I like a lot of the older anime a lot more. I've kind of been going through and watching a bunch of, well, trying to watch whenever I have time, a lot of the older anime that like I wasn't even alive around that time, or I just didn't watch it before. But there's like I like the intricacies of the old anime, especially when like the machinery and stuff that they did. They you could tell they actually knew the functions of it, and I don't know that you could tell the animators were like very studied on what they're animating. Yo, I haven't seen you in a minute and face reveal. Yeah, I've had my face on like on a videos in the past, but they're pretty old. So, like they're like 2 years ago. Yeah, we were just talking about hyperbolic time chamber. Yeah, the hard surface designs in older anime were insanely intricate and detailed. Love the functionality behind them. Yeah, everything was like so like very realistic, but in a like satisfying way where it's like you could tell there was a lot of like knowledge of what they were drawing. Also love your art, man. I don't know if it's a new camera setup, but it looks sick. Yeah, I kind of went through and like yeah, it's a new setup for sure. Good to catch the stream from you again though. Also hi everybody. Yeah, welcome man. Thanks for stopping by the stream. Yeah, I didn't really have a good setup to do a webcam before since my phone was being used to record. But now I have a different camera, so now I can use my phone for like the webcam face part. Makes it a lot easier. Before I was like only had one camera and was using that to record the drawings. I didn't have anything else. Humble beginnings. Yeah, my setup looks a lot better now. Before I had like it's like a box with I have like a spider tripod that was like weaving into it. The setup from third person probably looked pretty messed up, honestly. What camera are you using? Any recommendations? I'm currently using my phone right now, and it's not the best, even with OBS. Audio crackles and video is meh. Yeah, I don't know if you would want to get the same camera that I'm using, uh, but I think a camera or your phone. I don't know. I was having problems with my phone since when I was drawing, it would go like I was recording through YouTube itself, and YouTube like to kind of just do its own settings from my phone. So if I tried to like do a fixed focus, it would just instantly go off focus right away. So that was kind of a pain. Yeah, and then like the audio was so quiet, and I had to be like pretty much up to my phone for anyone to be able to hear me. But yeah, honestly, I think the most impactful thing is getting a mic, honestly. But yeah, I'm using a camcorder, like a Canon camcorder for the camera that's recording this, and then the webcam is just my phone connected to my computer, and then it's all running through OBS. But the camcorders, Canon Vizia, like um, GF 70 or 80, I can't remember, one of those. But yeah, taking a little bit of a gamble by like investing in the setup is, I mean, I don't know if it'll work out or pay off for itself, but it's just kind of something I want to do. So, and I like drawing and streaming, so I was like, well, if I'm gonna sit down and draw and stream every day, I might as well like get something that's at least kind of upgrades the, I don't know, upgrades the experience. How long does it usually take to draw something? It kind of, for like these drawings, I think it on average probably takes like 3 to 4 hours. But yeah, it kind of depends on like how many characters I have, but I think like on average, you could probably look at like my past streams and stuff, and usually it took about like 1 to 2 streams to do a drawing that was more detailed. But yeah, probably like somewhere around 3 to 4 hours. Some of the more crazy ones took me probably even longer, which is a lot of time, but compared to the animations that I did, those took way too long. They were like, I don't even want to know. I'd have to go and look in Procreate how long those took, but I think they took like probably like 40 hours. And the animations themselves are like 30 seconds, which kind of sucks, but Damn, everyone is confident to start filming themselves drawing. Gotta step it up. I don't know. I just take it whatever you feel comfortable with. I definitely wouldn't force yourself to record yourself. That's an expensive camera. Gonna wait till YouTube starts paying. Yeah, that's why I didn't really want to recommend it because I'm kind of like taking a gamble on it, but I wanted to try it. Props to your hard work, by the way. Your art has really grown. Thank you, man. Also loving the animations I've been seeing on your Instagram. I mean, honestly, respect to all animators, man. She's yeah, animation is crazy. It takes so long. I mean, yeah, it literally took me like 40 plus hours to get like 30 seconds of animation. And that's I even animated those on threes, so there's like three frames that are basically like stalled frames. So it'd be like if you saw this drawing for 3 frames and then it would go into another one for 3 frames. So there's a lot of pause. But like yeah, and then if I did twos, it would have taken twice as long, and then ones would have been insane. Yeah, thank you, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, I feel like when I was first showing my art, it was a little scary. I mean, I still get like nervous before before streams, just because it's like so much setup going in, and then it takes a while to like actually get it going. But I don't know. I feel like I like slowly gain confidence like after I hit the start button, and then slowly as the stream goes on, then it gets a little bit easier. Hell, even the animatic I did kicked me in the ass, but it took longer because of the time my iPad would just croak on me, so I'd have to let it rest for a day. Your iPad would croak on you? What is animatic? Yeah, I was scared my iPad was gonna die on me. I don't know why, but my iPads have like had like weird like the connection on Wi-Fi and it's like really slow. It just kind of all of a sudden did that one day. So I'm a little sketched out to use it, especially when I was working on my comic on it. Like every night, I went to my computer and backed up all my files because I really didn't want to wake up one day and I lose like 50 pages. I probably should have done that with the animations too, but I was just kind of like, if I lose that, then I'll just make a new one right away. Kind of maybe change the suit a little bit. Now the brush is really pumping out ink. It's always at the time that you don't want it to start just dumping ink on you that it actually does. An animatic is mostly all keyframes, so it's half of what animation is. My iPad is 6 years old, and it's got to the point where it'll kick me out of anything I'm doing. Oh, okay. I I haven't really done. Yeah, I don't know. Whenever I animate, I kind of don't do like in betweens afterwards, but try to make it like really tight on like the movement. So I don't even know what what I'm doing honestly, probably not the smartest way to animate. Because every time I go to do it, like I have like an idea, like I just want a character to do like a punch or something, and then I basically spend like 5 hours just doing that one punch, and it's like just barely shifting the character's arm from scene to scene. But yeah, I probably wouldn't do animation if I had to do in betweens. I tried to do in betweens at the start, and it made them look so unnatural. One Punch Man, yeah, yeah. I feel like I'm animating the whole series every time I just do a single punch. Try to get this back on. Now I can kind of figure out what I want to do for the lower half of like this ninja character too. So animatic is basically just ordered stills, a little bit easier, but still nothing to sneeze at. Yeah, any animation is like it's pretty crazy. I used to look at a lot of animation and especially like the animators. I always wonder why they don't go very detailed on the characters, especially like when I used to kind of like just get glimpses of people animating and it's like stick figures and very rough figures. And but after animating, I realized why. I don't think I've seen that meme before. I could probably fit another character in here. Maybe. I love to see people using paper and ink. Yeah, I just like it. It's definitely my favorite medium. I do a lot of digital stuff, but I definitely prefer to do traditional. It just kind of feels right. I noticed the other day, like I did a drawing in my sketchbook, and whenever I do traditional art, I always like I'll draw it, and then before I gotta go to bed or just kind of like come into the room, then like if I had my sketchbook just kind of like sitting here and something over it, I like literally go and like open it up and see see what the drawing looked like, and then I'll just kind of like look at different things about it, like oh I could do this and this better, or like things that I liked about it, and it's just kind of like there in the room, so you can just go and like look at it whenever you want. Where it's like if I do something on my iPad or computer, I have to go and turn on my whole computer to be able to see any of the stuff I did. So I just like that it's like always there, even even if like the power goes out or something, and you still have like the thing that you created just like within reach. Which that part's kind of satisfying. Yeah, there's definitely things I like about both. I like that digital is fast and you don't have to scan things. That part is pretty nice. So, yeah, hair's getting in my face. Man, I only have 3 shades of gray, and I was really hoping to have one. Like these two are literally like 10% off, so it doesn't even change anything. They're like a little bit. They're both supposed to be warm grays, but this one has more purple in it, and this one has more like blue in it for whatever reason. Don't really know why that is, even though it's just kind of going up a little bit in value. Um, all right, so this one has more blue. I use this to kind of get the blacks looking a little bit cleaner. Just kind of like anywhere that the white from the paper is just going out a bit. I could probably use a tan for the rocks. And this arm guard. Ink is smearing a little bit, but it should work. Hey, what's up, Alex? For oh yeah, this is the bluish. Yeah, this gray is way warmer than the 4. I'm not really sure why. That's freaking cool, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'll do the pants. I'm not really sure what I even drew there. It's kind of weird. All right. Well, I'll do the pants this more reddish gray. I was kind of thinking of doing a bit of a purplish color anyways. For like the part around their waists. Yeah, I have no idea what I drew there. I feel like that happens a lot. Yeah, I'm not sure what I want to do with the dragon yet. I might do his body like the more of that tan, and then maybe like his hair, these grays. But I don't want to color everything because I kind of like to keep the whites and black areas a little bit special. I notice whenever I go like super into the color, it's kind of like having some balance between the two makes it so they can both be there and it doesn't look weird. But if I go too far into the color, then the areas that are left white look like they're kind of not supposed to be there. Recently got myself the grayscale pack of Ahuhu. So I'm definitely looking forward to rebuilding my micro stash and getting back to working with them again. Yeah, I really like I don't know, I like their markers. I haven't really tried many other markers, but they're way cheaper than I forget I forget the brand that everyone usually buys, but yeah, they're the first ones that I kind of tried. And my dad had the more expensive brand, but I didn't really see any difference between them. But I'm also not like that picky on drawing materials. Like honestly, if it just puts down something that I'm happy and it doesn't like dry out right away. Add a few scales here. Yeah, Copic. I don't know why I can't think of it. I used to have them, but they like immediately dried out. Yeah, that's what happened to mine too. I had a grayscale pack and came with like 5 markers. It was like crazy price too, and they just dried out. And then the black marker just like totally took a dump on one of my drawings. Yeah, literally the only thing weird about the who or however you say it is that the colors are like not always what the color is on the cap. Like they're way different sometimes. How do you draw from imagination? It's so satisfying. Um, I don't know. um, I just kind of like there's like one day that like when I was practicing, I was doing a lot of drawings from reference because they always turned out better than trying to draw like just from imagination or from my head. But then I just kind of wanted to like see what would happen if I just drew only from imagination and like didn't draw from direct reference. And I just kept kind of going over and over, just kind of like my drawings looked like really, really bad when I first started, and then just kind of like just kept with it really, and they looked bad for like a long time. And I feel like just in like the last year, I've kind of like been or I'm like to a point where I'm like, okay, I kind of like how my art looked. So it just takes like a lot of repetition. It's not really anything special to be able to draw from imagination other than like just trying to draw from imagination. And then it would just kind of like slowly start to like grasp onto how it feels, I guess. And then just doing that over and over again. It's kind of like you like slowly uncover like a puzzle or something. Man, this is smudging a little bit over here. Yeah, but a lot of just repetition. And yeah, like I still use reference, but it's not like direct reference. And whenever I draw, it's like I don't have anything around me, or I don't look at anything that's like similar beforehand, or like images or anything. It's just when I like use reference, it's more of like I'm watching a movie or something, and I'll kind of like pay attention to where characters are positioned in like scenes, and their lighting setups or the colors that they use. And then I'll kind of like just try to like save that information, or as best as I can. Like it's not like it's easy to do, or it just kind of transfers over. But yeah, just trying to like try to like figure out what is happening in those scenes, and then like slowly bring them into drawings. And like I talked about it in the last stream, but I watched like John Wick again for like the fifth time a few days ago, and I love like the lighting setups and where the characters are positioned, just really cool and satisfying. So then I'll just kind of like, when a scene that comes up that I'm drawing as like that kind of those things in it, then I'll use it. So it's a lot of like collected different things throughout the day, but it all kind of ties to what I'm interested in. I really think that if you do things that are like you're interested in, then it'll stick and you'll like learn it way faster, and it'll actually stick with, so you're able to use it. Like if I went to draw, I don't know, I can't even think think of something like maybe like super like plushy characters or something. I might not be as interested in that, or like I don't know, just like different genres that I don't like. If I was to practice them, I probably wouldn't like them, and then it would just wouldn't stick as much. I'm not even gonna try to say that. Have I seen Kim Jong-il? Yeah, I really like a lot of his stuff. I had Spectrum Noir markers before they did alright too, but when I wasn't using them for a long time, after a while the markers went bad. Weird smells, corrosion, weird ping. Whoa. Damn, that sucks. Yeah, I've never tried their markers before. In my opinion, there's no real explanation to drawing from imagination. You just do. Yeah, it's kind of. I don't even know. I've been like trying, like I've been practicing it for so long that like I don't even know that I'm really doing it, or that it's different from other things. So I mean, that's kind of like it with anything. You just kind of like do it, and then after a while, you just kind of like there's nothing, no other way to do it, or you're just like so in tune with it that it just kind of becomes natural and normal. But I think really just kind of like because like when you draw from reference, you all of the answers are there. Like you're looking at a photo of a person and their lighting is there, or I guess if like I don't really have much like shadows on me right now, but like all of the anatomy and like the headset, everything is like in position. Like you don't have to think about where to put things or how to build things up, whereas like drawn from imagination, it's like I have to like know how to build the characters, position the characters, and then I have to know like how the materials are. Like there's so many building blocks where it's kind of like you're playing with Legos versus like I guess if you had like a reference or something, it'd be like you already have the whole finished building right there, and then you're just going and replicating it. Even if you have like 10 different references, all of those references kind of like show everything figured out, and you don't have to put it together as much. You get inspired by David Finch? Yeah, I'm a pretty big fan of his stuff too. Yeah, I used to look at a lot of David Finch's stuff when I was he's really good at using blacks for shadows. I think I always liked how he used it a lot more than a lot of other artists. I don't know. It just looks very satisfying how he shades with black. Yeah, if you haven't seen Kim Jong Un stuff, yeah, it's definitely go watch any of his videos really. I think one of his craziest ones is probably one of the last drawing things he did. That like super long. I don't even know how long it is, but it's like eight of like his normal size. Not really normal size, but it goes across like I don't even know. It's like it's 10 to 15 feet long probably, and it's just like filled with characters and different things happening. Dude was annoying thing. Yeah, yeah, he drew from imagination. Yeah, honestly, when I look at Kim Jong Il's stuff now, it's like besides the like his skill, the thing that is the most crazy is honestly just like the his work ethic. Honestly, like out of all the things, just like I don't know how much he actually drew every day, but I think he said like 12 hours a day, and it's like yeah, even like the wall drawings he would do is like he'd do them all at like one time, or like across multiple days, but it's just like constantly drawing. Honestly, I think that's the coolest part. It seemed like every second he had, he's pretty much drawing. Yeah, yeah, just his pure love for drawing, and pretty much always was doing it. I think that's the craziest part. Yeah, I don't think people really talk about it too much. Like, I think those, yeah, the fact that he liked drawing so much and then he was doing it all the time, I think that is crazy because I feel like sometimes it's like really hard to enjoy art, but he was just like very consistent with it. I don't know. All right, I'll see where to go. Yeah, let's do another character here. I did not sure if you remember me dub seeing your face. Yeah, it's not like a face reveal or anything because I have videos with a face cam, but they're really old. They're like probably like 2 years old, so no one probably even knows they're there. A true love for the craft that deserved the utmost respect. Yeah, yeah. Like you kind of look at like any skill or thing, like art or I don't know, like sports and different things. There's like people that are very good, but you can like tell they don't they it's like a temporary thing for them. Like it's not like a like they're really good, but you know they're gonna retire, and then they're just gonna like go on and do something else. But I think the people that have always inspired me are like the people that kind of are locked in and they're like, I'm gonna do this pretty much my whole life. But I think there's like, I don't know, there's something special about that. You ever draw on paper with other types of pens, like just ballpoints or something? Yeah, I tried ballpoints, but it's something about like the pressure that you need that hurts my wrist after a while. And I think I kind of like using the brush since I don't need to put much pressure onto the brush to like be able to draw lines with it. So I feel like it kind of like helps be able to draw for longer periods of time. But I do like I've seen a lot of cool ballpoint drawings, especially like the amount of rendering you can do. Yeah, exactly. There's those who things because they just can, versus those who do things because they have a genuine heart for it. Yeah, yeah, definitely. Yeah, I didn't really draw much like during school since both my parents drew, and I always kind of felt like I'd seen them like draw all the time, and like I kind of like knew that I could draw at least like semi good. So I never felt like in school that I needed to like do that. So I always kind of like ventured down like different things, like trying a lot of different sports and those sorts of things. And then it wasn't until like after high school then I started liking art because I don't know. It's just kind of I just kind of put it on the back burner like the whole time I was in school, and I'm like, I know that if I wanted to do art, like there's like that whole thing is kind of like there, but I wanted to see like and test out a bunch of the other things to see if I guess if I actually liked art or if there was something else out there that I liked more. So I feel like really art has been like a thing that I started to enjoy recently, which is kind of weird. You couldn't escape your destined call. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I kind of wish I would have practiced art. Nah, definitely, definitely not the chosen one. I wish I would have like just kind of went all in during school. I feel like I would have been a lot further, but who knows? Maybe would have been burnt out by the time. But like now, I probably would maybe would have been burnt out. I don't know. I also didn't even know what I would do with the art. Especially at that time, I felt like I probably would have had to have gone into painting and sell like paintings on canvas or something, which that would have been some alternate dimension of me or something. Some other version of me out there. I'm painting on canvas with acrylics. This is a little bit of a tricky spot here. Like the action of the dragon looks unique, bro. His back legs and front arms definitely give the impression that he's nimble as hell. Thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah, I kind of wanted to really have him like lean into whatever he's doing. He's kind of just leaning forward, but and you know what? That's still a good thing because now you have a better vision now than you did back then. All things work together. Yeah, exactly. I feel like everyone's kind of living the the better scenario, even if it doesn't always seem like it. Yeah, it's just like so many things that like certain decisions that just kind of you don't even know why you did them, and then like they just kind of randomly come up and you're like, oh, if I never did that, then this would have never happened or would have never done certain things. I try to get this character holding a sword. I always think it's cool that everyone's always drawing during the stream. I mean, it's fine if you're not drawing while you're watching, but it's always cool. I know that like whenever I'm not streaming, I'm just kind of like drawing in a sketchbook on my couch or something. I'm like always trying to look for some sort of, I don't know, like chill background thing to just kind of have there. Oh shoot, I'm really gonna have to twist this character's body. You're drawing for a school project? What is your school project? I feel like whenever I did like just high school classes, but then we just did like categories. Just kind of like we just went from like you're doing like something watercolor and then something ink and then something pencil. Like what do you guys have for for projects? Is it more like specific things or you're drawing some smart caveman? That's actually a cool ass idea. That one genius caveman. Is he the one caveman that found fire? I don't know if I want to do like an army of like spearmen, or just have, or maybe both. I'll just I don't even know why I'm choosing. I should honestly just pick both. You're doing a trend with an OC from your story. Usually I never do trends, but this one I felt compelled to do. It's a Chinese military dance trend with high kick pose. That's pretty cool. I always yeah, dancing poses are I don't know, like unique. Like they're very very dynamic for drawing. All right, how do I have this go from here? I feel like my drawings are always so like basic on the themes, like, or at least in my head. Like I'm literally just doing like some kind of like tech ninja with swords versus like samurai armor with a spear. And oh, I guess they have like elf, but it's like just kind of like simple ideas on what the characters are, and then just fill in the page with those kind of this versus that idea. I'm always tempted to draw another sword, or like when I do the double sheath on the side here, I'm always tempted to just draw both swords in, and I always have to look back and see if the character's actually holding a sword. I mean, he could always just pick a sword up from the ground, but it'd be a little weird if he's got three swords and nowhere to put them. All the little things you add make it so amazing and always so dynamic. Reminds me of some Killer like stuff. I never, well, I was at a friend's house and we were gonna watch Kill la Kill, but He was saying it was kind of like a parody of anime. I didn't really know what it was about. I think I watched like 2 episodes. It seemed pretty cool though. That's actually one that I want to go back and probably see. One thing I'll say about my story being about dance is really exercising me hard on gestures. Yeah, it's really it's really gonna be a lot of gestures. That's good though. Dancing poses are probably one of the most like dynamic things. I always really liked the Chinese like action scenes in movies. They're like basically dancing and their sword fights and stuff, but it always looks so cool. They had a lot of easy to miss details to all their scene. I think someone like you would definitely respect it. Yeah, that I didn't know that. I should definitely look back. Yeah, when I tried watching it, it was a while ago, probably like 6 or 7 years ago. You speak Russian, Chinese, and English. Holy cow, that's that's crazy, dude. I don't know like any other language. I took Spanish classes, but my Spanish is not that great. I could probably understand like 1 out of 8 words, or like no, not even that. I don't know, like one one word in like each sentence, but or I'd be able to understand maybe like the topic of what someone's talking about in Spanish, but that's about it. I do really want to go back and almost like relearn it now. I feel like there's probably enough stuff out there now for learning languages. English is your second language. How long did it take you to like learn a different language? That's awesome. I need to go back to Japanese, and so out of practice, I want to get back to it. Yeah, I want to learn Japanese too. I kind of want to learn Korean as well, but it's a little ambitious. But that'd probably be like the three languages that I'd want to learn is Korean, Japanese, and Spanish. English took 1 year, and Chinese took like 5. Jeez. Yeah, I remember I was looking at a lot of language stuff, and I was like looking up, because like a lot of the stuff that, well, at least from what I know, it's like a lot of stuff that makes languages hard is kind of like your initial language that you know. So like learning like Japanese or Chinese, and you speak like English, it'd be a lot harder for you to learn that versus like some other languages. It might be a little bit easier. But like I mean, Spanish should be easier to learn speaking English than Chinese would be probably really really hard. Korean's not that bad. Can sometimes be a tongue twister though. Really. Just whatever you do, don't go to Duolingo. Yeah, what do I do then? Or what are some other? Are there any other good like online things? Yeah, in my Spanish classes, we did a lot of Duolingo, and it was I didn't feel like I was really like learning it that well, or at least like learning it in a way that didn't seem very usable. There's Babbel. Yeah, I should look into that. It'd be pretty fun, or at least seems fun to try to learn another language. As long as I like stuck with it though. Get some gray in here. Yeah, I think I used a three. I feel like adding a couple like marker tones really helps. I know it's like one thing that always gets crazy. Whenever I'm doing like a lot of characters on a page, these like open parts of like white area throughout the characters is the same color as the background. So what kind of happens with like 20 characters on the page is they almost like blend in with the background, and then the areas that stand out are like the black areas. So it gets like this weird I don't really know how to explain it, but like it gets kind of like pushed in to the paper, and then it makes everything like super hard to see. But adding like little tones, even if it's just a few colors, kind of flattens out and makes the areas like very solid. Yeah, I guess that's what it is. The characters are transparent when it's just a line art, but then add in like a shade or tone or color, then like makes it solid. So then it's a lot easier to kind of like see that it's like chunks of pieces. And then when you look at it, then it's like easy to see that, oh, this is one chunk, that's one chunk, that's another chunk. Versus everything is like transparent and gets a little bit harder to see. And also it just gets a little bit more colorful. That's right. Yeah, speaking of that, this will be a little easier to see. I was like trying to find this character's arm. I forgot that these parts were gonna be 10. Like the way you use color and stuff. Thank you, man. Yeah, I've been trying to find like some in between, because whenever I do like full color, it gets a little tedious and kind of like burnout after doing like every single piece colored. But yeah, I kind of want some kind of in between where I can keep a lot of things still black and white. I remember when I first got or tried using, there's like, this is red Ots blood, well, just Ots blood ink for like fountain pens. And I got that so that I could do like more realistic blood in those scenes. I first got that, I just kind of like went crazy, and like across the whole page, and it got pretty out of hand. So now I try to use it pretty sparingly, which even then, like doing it on a lot of different characters, it can get pretty ridiculous. It's kind of like those anime scenes where like they like barely get nicked and there's like just like flooding out of them like crazy. All right, I think this character is making the scene a lot easier now, since I kind of talked about like in other videos, but like each character kind of like makes the scene a little bit easier as I go through it. Then there's like, I don't know, each character kind of has like a use for it. Like the dragon is kind of like taking up a lot of this airy space. So the dragon's kind of like giving me like a nice like sense of like the space that the more of the vertical area, and then any character on the floor sort of gives like maps out for me of how much space is in between these areas. So like this character in the front helps kind of like figure out how close things are, and then this character, anyone on the ground, kind of helps a lot, since this character is now like opening up this area over here. So like if I drew a rock back here, I kind of can feel out where to place it, since this character in the front has kind of done most of the work for figuring out where the floor sits back there. And I that's kind of why I inch around the page from character to character, and then like slowly work my way back. It's just kind of each character's figuring out the plane. I've been trying to add like a character that's in the air early on too, because there's some drawings that I've done where everyone is grounded and then I get to like almost like this part is left, or like the ground can kind of only go to here unless they're like a giant that's towering above. But if there's no giant characters that would be this height, then I kind of have like this whole open area or buildings. But yeah, having some flying character, and then it kind of gets a little tricky because I'm trying to think of like what characters take up the vertical spaces, or like how many, and then I have to think of like flying character ideas to get something to fill that area. But bro, the way you think about that, all is so sick. Yeah, I probably think about it too much, honestly. But yeah, I'm always like trying to, I don't know, come up with like different ways to keep it expanding on whatever the fuck world that these people are in. But yeah, just kind of all the things that come up really. But definitely the vertical characters in the air, that is something that I notice happens a lot. I don't really have I don't really have any of the drawings nearby, but if you looked back on any of my ink drawings, they're like, it's probably something that I put in the air. um I haven't like found a good way to do the air things yet. I mean, the dragons are probably the coolest idea, but I feel like the characters that I put in the air are like a little bit iffy if I totally like it or not. But yeah, I do like now that I said about the giants, I probably do some bigger character back here. I've only done like four complete drawings that I feel are close to the way you do it. You mean like just like a scene, or oh shoot. Oh yeah, like the scenes you do. Yeah, I really like the scenes, because it feels sort of like a movie. I'm always like really into cinematography in movies, and I feel like it's probably the closest thing. I mean, animation is close, but to do an animation, and also have like a lot of details would be so hard. It takes so long. But yeah, I think scenes are really fun. I used to be like so deathly afraid of doing scenes with a lot of characters in them. Not with a lot of characters, but more so like perspective and trying to place the characters. But after kind of just like brute force going through it and just kind of like putting out a bunch of bad drawings over and over, then start to like kind of get a grasp of it. And I kind of realized what made it like really easy, or at least easier, was kind of like simplifying the perspective by just having like some characters are going to be very close, some are going to be like a mid distance, and then some will be pushed kind of deep. But then, yeah, just like placing a character, honestly, just like close to the camera, and then having your other characters not close to the camera, it's like enough to make a lot of space in between there. And yeah, just kind of like the overlaps. think I think what I'm gonna do for the next characters, might be a little hard to put a character back here. Sometimes it's kind of hard to simplify the characters with a brush. After doing a lot of digital stuff lately, it's kind of one of the things that I like about traditional is the limited space, though. Like, I feel like that's also a plus to digital, though, is that you don't have limited space, so you can actually like go very detailed on characters that are very pushed back in a scene. But I kind of like that, like it's very predictable, I guess, on traditional, because I know like if I do a character up in the foreground, I know how like thin of a line I can get and how thick of a line. And then as I work back, kind of like prepped for their face is gonna be a little bit not as detailed, or they'll just sort of be maybe like a blob and they have somewhat of a face. But that's kind of why I started doing these like duplicate characters, sort of, or like uniforms across, like I talked about in yesterday's stream. Doing like this character here, then I can have a character that's more cut off on the page. And when you look at this character over here, you're, I don't know if your brain would, but that when you look at this character, then the rest of these characters that are similar sort of add up, and you're able to like know what this character is better, just because there's like more to kind of figure out with. So like back here, I'm doing a character that's a lot like this, and he's going to be very simplified, but it won't matter as much because there's already a character here that kind of shows all the details that this character back here would have. And yeah, that's kind of one thing I noticed when I was doing scenes is like, if I wanted to go very deep into the background, I can like just draw a random thing back here because people won't really know what that thing is. Or it depends kind of how deep you go, but it just gets harder and harder to kind of make readable details. But having a character with like a uniform or even type, like if it was a dragon and then there was a thing that looked kind of close to a dragon back there, people would sort of know what it is. But having these repeating things makes it a little bit easier. I'm gonna head out now. Good to see you. You're still hustling. Bryce, keep it up. Take care, y'all. Yeah, thanks for stopping by the stream and hanging out. Hope you have a good rest of your night or day. Damn, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I probably have. And I want this character. Maybe have him swinging backwards. It's kind of a weird scenario. I could either put the spearhead on the lower half, the top half. If I go on the lower half, I could have him like stabbing one of the ninjas down there, but up here it might look a little better. Kind of gives me a little bit more freedom. Probably just do up there. I'm also still not done with your art book. I like to flip through it while I draw if I'm struggling to think of anything. And man, it's so good. I'm shocked at how diverse you are, bro. So many pages. Thank you, dude. Yeah, I really appreciate buying the book, dude. It like really supports me. Yeah, that's cool though. Treasure that book. Yeah, I try to draw like as many different things as I can, especially if I like if I think of something like nowadays, if I think of an idea and I feel like if I drew that it would be bad or I would struggle with it, then I'd kind of try to almost like draw it then so that I can practice it. Um And a lot of times when I'm practicing something, I'll just like make it into like a scene. Like if I'm drawing like a practice like a horse, I should probably work on horses a lot more. But if I want to practice a horse, then I'll just kind of like throw it in a scene. Like now that I said that, I'll probably just throw it in here just to get it in. But yeah, I'll just kind of like draw it. If however it turns out, and then I'll just draw like another horse and then just keep doing that across the page until then I kind of get like practicing on that thing, and then also there's like a scene at the end, so it's kind of like a fun way to practice. And then I can try like a bunch of different angles as well. But yeah, I always find myself being too interested in like samurai stuff and dragons that I always kind of just end up doing dragons and samurai, which I mean is fine. It's like all fun to do, but yeah, if I'm like really in a sort of practicing mood, I don't think I have. Yeah, now that I said that, I'm gonna add horses into this, even though they're gonna be bad. I wonder. I don't really have it in here, but oh, is this an old? Oh no, I haven't done this. It's not really a good example in this one, but yeah, there was like a samurai drawing that I didn't. I never even showed this one. I wanted to show this one on somewhere, but I just never got around to it. I did this one a while ago. It's just like Spider-Man and another Spider-Man. But yeah, this is kind of just what I was talking about though. So like I did this Spider-Man first, the black one, and I didn't really like how the suit looked. So then I was like, okay, well, this is how this Spider-Man turned out, so I'm gonna do another Spider-Man. So then I did the second one behind there, and he turned out like a bit better. So then, but then I was like, I could probably do like it a little bit better. So then I just did the third, and then I think this one turned out well, I mean, it's a little more of the body and stuff, but yeah, so each one, I wouldn't say each one gets better as it goes, but it at least like has some things that are a little bit better than the previous one. And then on like there's still like the factor of like some lines might just not turn out as good on certain ones, and some will turn out better. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely not like a weapon, but I kind of came up with like a different design for the weapon that I thought would be kind of cool. And also couldn't remember some details, so I was just kind of like, it's just all from my head, so I didn't have like a reference of what Spider-Man looked like. But yeah, just kind of doing different things like that. Just a bunch of random drawings. A lot of times when I draw, it's just like a lot of random ideas and messing around with ideas. But when I'm in like a very practicing sort of mood, then I'll do like the scene stuff that, yeah, like this is kind of, like I was practicing guns and wanted to just do a bunch of different guns, and kind of just did one after the other, changing up like different types of attachments and stuff. I think there's the one with the horses in here. Oh, yeah, this is same like this one. Like I was doing like a Wolverine sort of thing, and I started with this one with the crazy hair, and then did this one next, and then just kept doing Wolverines like over and over, and then I had some like weird looking Batmans in it. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I do with like all the samurais and stuff. But yeah, and this one was I wanted to do some sort of like Mongol Japan sort of thing. But yeah, this one I'm still working on horses. They're kind of difficult for me, but just kind of like putting them in, and every time that I do one, I'm not really worried about how they look too much, because I know I'll just do another one like on the same page. But yeah, I like to like put the practice and kind of like weave it into making a drawing at the same time. Bryce Kolander, Spider-Man original. Yeah. Yeah, Spider-Man's pretty fun to draw. Let's see if I can get this outfit in here. Ephemera, is that how you use it? Basically what you're saying with it, not mastering if it's good or not because you're trying to learn it. Yeah, yeah, pretty much. Like, um, yeah, it's just kind of like I feel like a lot of things with the, at least like when I'm learning drawing, it's kind of like I feel like it's like this long climb of trying to sort of like figure out how it is, and each like step you take up the mountain or whatever, you kind of like get a little piece of what it is, and then by the time you like kind of like really get a grasp on it, then it's like because you found all the pieces along the way. So yeah, kind of like messing around and experimenting with different ideas is kind of like how I go about learning it. Like the horse thing, like put in the like I could go and study how a horse is, but I might not be like as interested in the horse, so it's kind of like a lack of motivation. But if I'm kind of just like playing around and experimenting with even just my idea of what a horse is, then that's like a lot more interesting to me. So it's just more fun to mess around with, and then it's kind of like this game that is more fun. So I'm more likely to like do it and use it, or and even like just care about making it better since it's like more special, I guess. And then yeah, really. And then like there's so many especially like a horse, like if you like, and then I see like a western or something, or in some random movie a horse will come up, and then when I see that horse and how it actually looked, then all of the mistakes that I was making on a horse are like, it's very obvious. Then when I see the actual horse, like I like know, I'm like, oh duh, I've been doing this wrong. But like I wouldn't be able to see the obvious mistakes if I didn't try it so many times and like really get a relationship with like the thing that I'm drawing. So just kind of like, I think that really helps for like this like feedback loop of drawing a lot and drawing the thing in different angles. Like I used to do samurai armor and things, and then I like didn't really know anything about samurai armor other than like what I had seen in movies and like this idea of how it looked in my head. But I would still draw the samurai armor over and over just because I thought it was fun and that's like what I'm interested in. And then when I went to like see, I just watched like a couple of YouTube videos of like people putting on the armor and how some like historical ones looked, but it's like that information stuck so easily, and I was like able to like know what was different than the samurai armor I was drawing because I was so used to drawing it. I don't know. It's like a kind of like building up the relation with it. This is a cool way to learn, bro. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, it's just kind of what I've been doing, I guess. Yeah, I tried like the more formula way or that people learn through it, and it just felt like so unnatural and forced. So I was like, I had to try to find a different way that works better for me, and that was more laid back, I guess. Because I like to make drawing like a thing that I do every day, and so I try to like find a way that to learn that kind of like makes it so I can do it every day and not get like super burnt out. Yeah, I feel like it's a very natural way. And I try to like group all of the learning together too, which is kind of like why I like putting it on into the things into the scenes. What am I drawing? It's just some random scene with some made up characters, some kind of horned elves with spears and armor, and they're fighting some ninjas with goggles and a little bit of tech and katanas. Probably some dragons, and might do a couple horse riders. I'm not sure yet. I have to see like how much space I end up with. It's kind of hard to see. I guess it's not showing up on camera though, but for me, my ink is a little reflective. Yeah, it seems tough to fit horses in. Yeah, I'll have to try to sneak a bin. Yeah, I think yeah, if I'm gonna add a horse, it's probably gonna have to start right here. If it's even gonna look like a horse. Yeah, I kind of realized like pretty recently, like I think like last year or 2 years ago, that I remember like just being so worried about drawing a bad drawing that it would like stop me from trying things. And I was like kind of like, why why am I like so afraid to draw something that I'm not drawing it. It's kind of like, I don't know, when you think about it, it sounds kind of ridiculous, but so yeah, I just went like draw, like if I went to attempt something that I knew would probably fail, but then I realized if I just attempted the thing that I knew I was gonna fail, then I did it enough times, then you kind of like slowly start to not fail as hard. And it just kind of like gets a little bit better and better. But I remember seeing like Kim Jong-il's stuff and how good he was, and he didn't really like use reference that much, or if all at all. So I was like, he's able to get to that point without using reference. So I was like, why why am I even like trying to use reference or do things like the normal taught way? And I lost my thought there for a second. Yeah, and like trying to basically study all of these things, and yeah, it just kind of like, I don't know, I realized that it was more so about just drawing, like drawing itself really, than all of these different fancy ways of studying or like training or practicing. It kind of, I feel like just, it kind of just comes down to if you're drawing or not. I don't know. Watching you literally fits that fear in me, man, and I started drawing way better after that. So glad I stumbled upon your videos. Thank you, dude. I'm glad that I was able to, I don't know, help, or the videos helped. Yeah, I feel like there's really no special thing. I think I feel like there's like no special thing, and there's a lot of um like fake beliefs, like the whole thing I was just talking about, like me not drawing certain things because I was afraid that it would turn out bad, and it's like it's not even true. But it's like these things that we tell ourselves, and I think it's like if you're able to like get past those things, then there's like really nothing to stop your progress. Especially if you like kind of know what you want to do. Because I knew I wanted to draw like fantasy scenes with a lot of characters, and then so I would go and practice characters, or I was like, oh, then I need to practice perspective, and then and then after practicing the perspective, then I'll need like lighting, and then I'll need anatomy so that the characters like look realistic and all of this stuff. And I was like separating all of these things and like overly making it complex, and it kind of became like this whole extra thing now where it's like I have like this checklist of like all these different things that I have to do now and study, whereas really all I had to do was just draw a scene with a lot of characters, and that's it. Like, and then basically like what I've been doing is just like drawing a scene with a bunch of characters, like the fantasy elements and everything, and that's kind of like what I want to do. And it's just kind of like through that repetition of doing that thing over and over, then I kind of just get better as time goes, like anything else. But yeah, it's kind of funny how like simplifying things can start to make things more complex and like a little bit harder to manage. It's all you, man. Even the way you speak about all this on your lives always adds more drawing juice to my system. That's funny. The drawing juice. Yeah, there's like so many times that I'll think of an idea in my head, and it's like always, there's always that part of my brain that just like says, or like brings, or like basically like says that I won't be able to like do that. Like doesn't like actually say it, but there's like that part of doubt, I guess, where it's like I don't know, like if I wanted a character that's like really pushed in, and I wanted like, or I just like, I try to like think of the most crazy dynamic thing that I can before I draw. And then oftentimes I'll think like immediately after, like, oh, I probably can't pull that off. But then after thinking about it like a little bit more, then I'm like, why am I even thinking that? Like, obviously, if I'm thinking that I can't pull it off, I'm probably not going to be able to do it. And then every time it always comes to just like, I'm just like, okay, whatever. I'm just going to go for it and try it. Like, just place down a mark and go from there, because I really don't know what's going to happen. And usually there's always something that I end up making. It might not be like the thing that I planned originally, but at least something cool comes out of it. But yeah. I'm glad I'm off tomorrow. I couldn't watch your last live. I was so sad. Oh man. I have this running in the background while I'm studying for Stag's final, so peaceful to watch the progress. Thank you, man. Such a good feeling when you go for something crazy and it turns out awesome. Yeah, I always yeah, a lot of times I'll think of something like that I think is cool in my head, and then something better comes out of it. Yeah, that's always awesome when that happens. Yeah. My like visualization is like really bad. And usually when I think of an idea in my head, it's like very like pieces or like concepts. It's never really like a actual like image in my head, really. So yeah, which makes it even crazier, like why I even have doubts about ideas because it's like I don't even I don't even know what it's gonna look like, so it makes no sense to like even worry about that. There was like a period where I was really experimenting with kind of like speed, and drawing rushed or very fast kind of sucks. Like it can be fun for like 30 minutes, and then I feel like or like at least when I did it, I would get very worn out after like 30 minutes of like time drawings or something where you're like very rushed. And usually the drawing wouldn't be that great. But the thing I did realize is when you have to go like very fast for speed, my like brain would sort of turn off, and there was none of like doubting myself or like what could happen in drawing. It was just kind of like you don't even have time to think. It's just you're just drawing, and I kind of like learned from that to just kind of like I don't know, but you can just kind of like turn off your brain and just go. But yeah, for me, drawing fast isn't my favorite way. I kind of would rather just kind of do like a longer drawing that maybe takes a while, but I'll at least be like this one is probably taking a while. Like it's been 3 hours, but I'm having a lot of fun, so it doesn't really matter. And going at like a slower pace, I'm able to draw for a lot longer. Yeah, for sure. That's how I like to warm up. Just go bananas. Yeah. Man, this horse is got a pretty big head. Warhorse, yeah. Yeah, my sister showed me videos of I can't remember what breed of horse it is, but they're huge. Like I think it's like the biggest horse breed in the world, but they're like actually like they wouldn't be able to fit in a house for sure, but they're like ginormous. I didn't even know a horse could be that big. Like I remember looking up how big a polar bear is, and they're like they're like 9 feet tall. I think like standing up at like, and that's kind of like an average or a shorter one. And then the horses I think are like about that height, just on all fours, which is pretty ridiculous. I wonder if you're talking about the horses with insanely thick necks. Maybe. I don't know. I just know they're really, really freaking tall. It probably is. I can't remember if they're like a workhorse or I always see them just in like shows and stuff because of their height. Yeah, I don't really know why I just have this random horse here, but I was gonna draw someone on his back, but I accidentally just drew the back, so we'll just have a random horse here. It's alright. He'll probably do the trick. I should probably. Let's get some tone in here. Oh, I forgot the back piece on him. Hopefully it doesn't smear. I noticed that some of the marker was smeared. Usually, I feel like I don't know. Sometimes it kind of depends on like the color that I'm using. Some some will like really drag the ink. I'm completely new here. Did you go to school for art or are you self taught? Yeah, I didn't go to school or college or anything. Just kind of I don't know, learning from YouTube and then a lot of like learning from my own drawing experience, I guess. Yeah. Well, welcome to the channel. A lot of the learning, I guess, is just from drawing really, and then like A lot of times when I finish a drawing or as I'm drawing, I'll kind of like look at certain characters and things and try to like make it a little bit better each time. So it's kind of like a repetition of just going for something and then learning from the attempt really. Like the horse in the background here, I am kind of bad at drawing horses, so I'm not very familiar with drawing them. So I just kind of like went for it, and then probably like add a few more, and just kind of like is sort of how I practice and go about drawing. This part is smearing a little bit. I'm in a university right now, but I also taught myself to draw growing up, and I decided to go to school for engineering every day. I wish I had done art instead. Yeah, I mean, you could still definitely do art for sure. Like, I don't think it's ever too late to keep going down that route. I definitely don't think you have to go to school for art to get good at it or like that sort of thing. Especially now, there's like so much stuff out there on YouTube or like anywhere for free just to like learn the basics or anything. But even if you're like brand new to art, I think just like knowing like basic understanding of that there's like shadows, perspective, and I mean you don't even need to know that much for anatomy because it's like everyone kind of on like an everyday basis like looks at humans, so like people are like really good at knowing different features of anatomy or like right off the bat. Same with like even like shadow and perspective, like we look at those things on a daily basis, unless you're like in a total dark room, but like even just like wherever you're at, like looking down a hallway or whatever, like everything is there that you would even need to draw. So even if there wasn't like a something online, you could literally just learn from your surroundings, I guess. And yeah, I think like drawing really comes down to like it's like a experience thing. They kind of just learn from doing. I feel like drawing especially is a very solo sport where like while you're drawing you're all it's just you and the page, and I think most important thing really is just finding like what works for you, and like finding something that you enjoy and that works for you is a lot more important than I think learning about something else that works for someone else. Yeah, learned a lot from observation. It helped me a lot. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and like observation, it can be like very intuitive too. Like if you're really interested in something, you're probably gonna observe it naturally and just like pick up on a lot of details. Yeah, there's so many amazing resources that are free. Yeah, there's so many nowadays. Yeah, especially if you're gonna do like both things, or like however you choose to do it. Um, you could always just kind of like whenever you get the time, like just start drawing, and like just over time it'll just build up, and you never know what what it could turn into or become. But yeah, dude, if it's something and you're like really passionate and interested about, I'd just say go for it. Oh, shoot. Oh man, I guess I did color that character in the back there. I probably had like another color somewhere in later to split up a few of the areas. Well, this is a pretty bad horse back here, but we'll go with it. Check the website. The words on there are generally so insane. Thank you, dude. Probably start putting in some kind of background here. I feel like building designs are always hard for me to come up with. I also haven't really looked much for buildings. Like I'm always just kind of winging it and coming up with my own kind of setup. Might have some. I kind of like how like the character is placed right here. I also like the dragon from up there. So I'll maybe have like another dragon coming back here. Yo, what's up? Hey, what's up? Welcome to the stream. This dragon should be a little bit easier since I have this one in front, so it can be a little bit simplified. Hey, what's up, Black Sapphire? I'm definitely probably gonna color these dragons. At least some color. I'll probably just like grab another marker and whatever color I pick, and then I'll probably like color one thing from each of these characters and get them like a little bit more split up. Try to fit these back legs in. I really like this kind of like arc that the dragon's having. So hopefully I don't mess it up with where I place the arms, but I probably have this back arm like coming more outward and back. And just kind of do this like split. You have no idea what you want to draw? Yeah, I mean, the options are limitless. I always find when I don't know what I want to draw, I'll just kind of like start placing random stuff on the page. Or at least do something that kind of narrows your options down a bit. Lately, I've just been kind of drawing like something I'm like very familiar with or that I know I'm gonna have fun with, and then I'll just kind of branch out from there and then start adding in like some more crazy stuff out of that. I could maybe sneak a building in here. Maybe. I could probably do something cool with the dragons. I kind of want to like do some crossing. Like kind of how the buildings will come across. And then have like the dragon. This one's kind of crossing this way, and then this one will go over. And this other one can come this way. And this one can come a little bit crossed over that way. That rat nose on this dragon. Good thing these dragons are pretty far back in this scene because they're turning a little bit ugly. I'm just kind of like slowly setting up the background. In a way, this thing makes me think of the movie Princess Mononoke. Yeah, I really like the Ghibli or Ghibli, however you pronounce it. I remember I watched Spirited Away when I was like, I was probably like 7 when I watched it, and I didn't even know what I watched, but I remember that like the pig scene, and I didn't know the name of the movie for so long, probably until like just recently. I was like, yeah, I just like knew that I watched this crazy movie when I was a kid, but I didn't know what it was or what it was called. I remember when I was a kid, I was trying to figure out what it was called too, so I could watch it again, but I just never got around to it. Jam is Wild, yeah. Pig scene definitely insane. Yeah, I remember watching that when I was a kid, and I was pretty traumatized. I thought it was definitely was like a horror vibes when you watch that as a kid. Same for me, except it was Princess Mononoke. Like, what was this movie about a giant hog covered in rotten worms? I watched when I was little. I could definitely see how that scene. Dude, that's like one of the coolest scenes. Like when I watched that, the animation on the worms is insane. It is pretty gross though. I'm bad at drawing animal bodies, especially making the body match the head and placing the limbs in the correct spots. You have any advice on how I can improve? I'm also very bad at drawing animals or their bodies, but I think honestly, just like attempting to draw the animal, especially if you can do it from imagination, I think it might help you learn faster. Um, like especially if you kind of like alternate between trying to draw it from your head, and if you do that, draw it from your head a couple times, and if you're brave enough, attempt it from like different positions, like maybe like underneath the body, maybe like overhead, or however like position you want to try to attempt. And then if you can try to just do it from your head multiple times, and then like kind of hold off from using reference or googling how it looks, and then when you finally like look up and kind of like the anatomy of the animal, I think it'll start to, like, at least for me, then you'll just kind of like notice what you were doing, and then compare it to like how the, like, if you're drawing a pig, because we were talking about Spirited Away and stuff, like, if I don't really have scratch paper, hold up. Oh, actually, I can just do it in this. Okay. Yeah, like, I don't know. This is just how I would do it. But if I wanted to practice a pig, like, I would just go in and just kind of like mess around and experiment around, kind of like whatever features you like know about a pig, because there's probably a lot of things you know about animals, but I think the hard part is sort of like remembering the features. And so just kind of like drawing it over and over will kind of like make you remember the features and kind of like bring out that memory a bit. So, I mean, it could be anything, but if I was drawing a pig for like, or a boar or whatever, and just kind of like letting it come naturally and just kind of like playing around and just having fun, or doing like a normal drawing, and then I'm gonna make the body pretty simplified, but just so I can get multiple on here. But let's say this is my pig that I do. And this is kind of how he ends up. And then from here, like, I usually don't look at reference at all, besides like movies and different things, when I'm like watching it more like naturally. But when like I'm drawing, I like to just focus on the drawing, so I won't like go and do other things other than drawing. But then if I want to do like another pig, then my next pig, I kind of like to make it into a scene, so I can sort of double up on learning the pig, and then also practicing how to draw a pig at the same time. So I'm gonna do my best to kind of do the pig at like this angle, and then, and I mean, you don't have to be good at drawing the pig, but just kind of like recall any details you know about a pig, or whatever animal you're trying to draw, a cat, whatever. And just do your best and like put basically all those different things you know about that animal together in whatever sort of Frankenstein way it may come out. And then, so maybe this is sort of like my second attempt at at a pig, and I tried a different position, and he turned out a little bit different. But from these two, I already like learned. I might not have learned how a pig is, but I might have learned what a pig isn't. And I might have learned like kind of what parts don't look like a pig. And like, I don't know, but our brains are so good at like recognizing what looks right and what doesn't. So especially if you went and showed someone else your drawing and asked, like, if you don't tell them even what it is and then you just show them it, you'll probably like, I didn't even put an ear on this one. But if you show someone what you did, like, I was drawing cows the other day, and I showed my sister, and she thought they looked more like dogs. And then I immediately realized that they did look more like dogs. But yeah, this is kind of just how I practice anything, really. And then just kind of place them in a different spot and just kind of like fill the whole page in pigs or whatever topic you want to practice. And then you're like practicing a lot of different things. Like at the same time, I'm practicing anatomy and like recalling things. Practicing pigs, practicing perspective at the same time, like putting it into a scene, and then I could have like another pig here, and like it doesn't have to look good, and you just kind of like get better and better the more you just kind of draw it out. But yeah, this is kind of just how I like to practice, since it's practicing a lot of different things. I could go in and if you really wanted, you could go in and like start shading the pig and add cast shadows and different things. You could add how his shadow is going to be on the floor, and then basically like grouping up a bunch of different learning things, even though you want to like single up and learn like a specific animal or something. And then it's kind of like touching up on every single area that you would need for drawing other things. But yeah, and then just basically go through the whole rest of the thing, just filling it up with pigs or whatever I wanted, and then you can get like really fun with it and start doing some wacky stuff, like adding armor to the pig and or however you want. And things like that too, even if it's not like realistic, can help with learning the objects or thing, since like adding armor or like layering things, just anything you do with the with the animal will kind of like strengthen some sort of like attachment you have to the animal, or like knight or dragon. It doesn't really matter what the topic is, but just kind of doing that. What a dope crew of punk pigs. Yeah. And then I mean, like after I would go through something like this, if you really wanted to and you wanted to speed up the progress of it, you could then like, if you wanted to fill a whole page with a pig or a cat, and then just look up like anatomy or what an actual pig or cat looks like. And like if I Googled a pig right now, I'd probably notice like, oh, the front legs are probably aren't like this straight, or the back legs or the body's too human like or something. And then it's because I drew like, if I filled the whole page and drew like 10 pigs, because I drew all those pigs, I become used to how I draw a pig, And then when I look at what an actual pig looks like, I know how I drew a pig, and then I see the actual pig, and like all these different features on the pig that I drew will like be very noticeable that they're not the same, not the same thing. So yeah, and then plus you're like practicing all those other things, so it's kind of like conjoining everything together. But yeah, if I was gonna go and learn something, that's usually how I go about it. And it's also the most fun way for me because then like this scene, like I was practicing like some sort of like soldier characters with like some kind of military armor, but then I was just kind of like messing around and doing my own versions and stuff, but and adding some like cars. Like I wanted to like practice a car a little bit, practice a tank, practice some buildings, so, and then also practicing perspective and everything at the same time, and then while making like a art piece or whatever, like all at the same time. And I think that's like a fun way to go about it, where it's not so like a study mode sort of thing. And I think if you enjoy it and like however you find fun for your process, then you'll also like retain that information a lot better. Yeah, and Spirited Away, when No Face gets huge from overeating food and workers, and he's a big scary creature. Yeah, I kind of, I don't know why, but I liked that scene when I was a kid. I was like, yes, No Face is like, because he doesn't really, before that, he doesn't really do anything. And then when he finally like does something, it's kind of cool. This is awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah, no problem, dude. Yeah, I mean that's just kind of how I go about learning. You can definitely like go about it however you find the words. The pigs have the same evil vibe as the pigs in Animal Farms, by George Orwell. I don't think I've seen that. Hey, I'm back. Hey, what's up, Alex? You're making me want to draw some evil pigs now. Yeah, I have the pig or the. Yeah, this is the cow thing that I was talking about. Um, like yeah, like your drawings don't have to look good at all, but okay, especially I was like trying to draw cows, but a lot of them ended up kind of weird. This one looks like kind of like a foaming dog pig, but I just kind of like, and some of them looked like more like pigs than cows, but just kind of like going for it and sort of like getting a little bit closer each time to a cow, and then yeah, then when I go and actually like a lot of times I'll just kind of like almost set up for learning it later. So like doing all these cows, like I'm like practicing cows, but not knowing what a like cow looks like very accurately. But then when I see like just randomly see a cow on like a, I don't know, like a TV ad or a random YouTube video, then when I see that cow, I'll know that my cows didn't look like that, and then I'll start like wondering what makes that cow look like a cow and why mine didn't. And so like those defining features that make a cow look more like a cow will be like more standout. But yeah, the whole process is just kind of like more of a natural day to day, not really like hyper focused on a particular thing, but just kind of like grouping everything together. So when I wake up and draw, I'm kind of just practicing everything, and then I don't know, more of like a daily thing. Yeah, that's reminding me of old Cartoon Network cartoons. Yeah, yeah. I was trying to do like a cartoon pig. Yeah, that's kind of the fun part though. Is like even when you're practicing, it's like it doesn't matter if you're doing a cartoon character or like a realistic character. Like you're still practicing the same things, and a lot of cartoons like have some cartoons even use more anatomy than like drawing a realistic person would take, because sometimes it takes like more knowledge of a topic to be able to like really mess up the anatomy or like bend it in unique ways. But yeah, you can literally draw any any way you like. This is gonna be a little bit of an awkward spot. I'll see how far I can get this to push back, but it's getting a little cramped on space. What pen am I using? It's a Pentel color brush, black color brush. Have I ever seen Redline? Is that the racing anime, right? I watched half of it. Like literally like last 2 months ago, I think I started watching it and watched like half of it. It is okay, yeah. I saw like half of it. It reminded me a lot of JoJo's. Yeah, I like the animation's crazy. At least from what I saw. I only saw like they only did one race so far, I think. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure mentioned. Yeah, dude, I love JoJo's. Yeah, the car animations are insane. I only saw like I think he only did like one race, but yeah. I actually the first time I saw that animation was from like a music video. Someone had the animation in the background. And I was like, "Whoa, this shit's like crazy." I was like, I didn't even know it was an anime, and then I found it later and started watching it. I was like, "Oh, this is where that animation's from." But yeah, I love how like dramatic. At least the first race I saw, like the I mean, kind of spoiler, but the dude like destroys his own car trying to win the race. I think he gets like last place though, because his car like totally blows up and like he lands like right before the finish line. I can't remember. Yeah, I definitely need to finish that though. Okay, now that I put this building here, this will actually make things a bit better. I was gonna do a dragon back here. Um, Kind of coming up on this side area. I just realized I'm kind of like stacking the heads on this weird diagonal, but not really a bad thing though. Yeah, like it was funny, like a nanosecond before he hit the finish line after flying through the air, everyone finished. Yeah. Yeah. He was like way in the lead too. Or he was like neck and neck with the girl, I think. But yeah, that was it was pretty funny. I like that the lighting they use like really harsh black, so it's very comic book like. It's kind of works out pretty good. At first, I was kind of worried that all of them are stacking on the side, but it like made a really good funnel sort of thing to the character in the center. Especially once I kind of like loop his body up and around over here. Might look kind of cool. I remember the ears though. I forgot the. I'm in a forgetful mood of drawing ears onto the characters. Is it like some rat dragons or something? Well, I just drew on my tripod a little bit with the ink brush. It's right there. It's the same color as the ink, so it doesn't really matter. I'm trying to get the hair to wrap around a bit. All right, and then not sure how I'm gonna do the arm yet. Might just have it. Maybe I'll just have to like cross. I don't know. I'll have this like coming up. Get some horns on his back. Almost forgot to draw this hand out. Probably draw this one too before it gets lost. I'll never be able to find it again. I can say how many times I've drawn something and then I go to color it and I'm just like looking at what I drew, like just like little parts where something kind of like crosses. I'm just like staring at it and I don't know what I'm even looking at. And then when I go to color it, I just like cannot make out what it even is. Sometimes I'll just get so lost in everything else. Yeah, at that point, I try to just I don't even know. I'll just kind of like color it as something that I think it is, but like I know it was definitely not right. Hasn't happened yet on this page, but it almost happens like every other page. At least it helps. I'm like coloring it as I go through it, so I probably won't end up in that part. But if I just did it all um, black and white first with just line art, it gets a little mumble jumbled. I still don't have a dragon color yet, but um, I do have like a decent spot back here. I could slip another one of these like warriors back in there. And then the horse is like he's kind of like a solid color, so he should it shouldn't get too crazy. Washed out blue for the dragons, maybe? That could be actually pretty cool. Yeah, I'm debating yeah, that could actually maybe work. I was gonna do red, but that might blend with the blood red too much. Yeah, maybe a blue would be best. The red though sounds awesome to me. Yeah, I'll have to. I probably just make like a last second decision on it. Maybe even yellow could be kind of cool. I was thinking like maybe yellow and then use it for these like cyborg characters. The lights on their eyes. But like a blue would work for that too. Coin flip, yeah. Yeah, honestly, it doesn't matter too much. Probably pick a lot of colors since everything else is just gray and well, is it supposed to be a gray, but it's a warm gray, so it's pretty much tan. But yeah, they're pretty all around colors. Anything will work with them. Oh, I did actually just realize though. I don't even know how small. This character's pretty small. I don't even know. Well, this character, if I can do it right, he could be also spearing this other character. A little bit of an awkward angle, though. Yeah, I feel like it's probably trying to like figure out in my head how his hands would go, the arms. Oh, I think I chose the one way to put the hands that it does not work with, but all right. I'll change it up a little bit and have him pulling out the spear the opposite way, maybe. That is the nice thing about drawing like this over like animation is it doesn't really matter like the timing of the characters. Like they can kind of have done anything. So kind of have it like this character had just pulled out the spear. See if that works. Kind of like shorten the torso up so that it fits. And then I'll just have to kind of have the legs spread it out. And then it should look a little bit more. Might be a little bit hard to see though before I color it. I just have this foot coming out. I put some rocks in like all the areas where I know that a character can fit. And then I'll kind of set up a little bit of the flooring. You're passing out. And the scene looks really sick from far away. Yeah, I can kind of see what it looks like on my monitor a little bit, but three. Perfect amount of black so far. Yeah, I feel like it is. It's got a pretty good balance so far. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with how it's going. Three. Oh, I forgot like the back part on them. Maybe it doesn't even show up really. Maybe a little bit. Yeah, I really like using the black. It's like a little bit of a separation kind of thing, like the same way the color kind of works. Yeah, it's kind of funny because I used to just go in like crazy with grays and blacks for shading, and it can like easily just get so chaotic that everything washes away and you can't even see the characters anymore. So I've kind of leaned a little bit more towards trying to separate everything as best as I can and kind of just like make it as readable as possible. You need like a undercolor for the dragons, so I think I'll just use this kind of tan. Should work with whatever color I pick. I mean, I guess you can just go with this green. What's kind of cool for the lights too. So just gotta grab the random color out of the box. Looks like I'm going with this. It's pretty bright, I think, right? it's it's definitely a nice green. Yeah, it's pretty bright, but that might not be a bad thing. It looked kind of cool with all of the dragons green too. That's pretty good with the black. Almost forgot this arm back here. Alright. That kind of adds a little bit of color. Try to get this back pillar in here. I was gonna keep working my way back here. Go a little bit smaller and smaller. Kind of like keep tilting it a bit more and more too. Try to add some little bit of background. And just kind of like slope it off to the side here. I'm thinking like the texture might be enough to split up some of these areas, but I might have to go in with color. Yeah, I'll probably go in and maybe make these trees pink or something. The pink goes nice with the green. Yeah, I want it. I don't know, they look like kind of like rat dragons, so I wanted to especially make that nose look a little bit more noticeable. I really like doing pink for noses too, since like usually nose is a little bit more pink. Add some clouds back here. Hopefully not draw into the other characters. I like adding some like water puddles in the background. I've been trying to like experiment with more like background ideas instead of just like adding buildings and like adding like little waterways kind of makes it a little bit more like more things going on really. Still my pink. Maybe this purple doesn't look bad, so I'll just do this. Yeah, I'd probably do. I don't know. Maybe I should do the clouds, but I'll see. I know I want to do the water, some kind of light blue, and then I'll have the trees, this purple. We'll see. The trees really do help these like column things that I have going on in back to. I can keep those white. And now, lovely stream. Bye, guys. Yeah, man, take it easy. Thanks for stopping by the stream and hanging out. Hope you have a good night. All right, and then okay. Summer yellow. Oh, mint blue. All right, this could probably work for the water. I almost colored this dude's leg blue. That would have been a little bad. I didn't even know I had this marker. It's like a really light, cool blue. Really never seen this in there before. Alright. That's probably good, I think. I don't want to add like too much more color, otherwise I'm probably just gonna go and color the whole rest of the thing. All right, so that's pretty much all I'll do, I think. I could color the spear maybe like brown. I'll see. Okay, yeah, this color would do. All right. Yeah, I'd probably just call it at that. All right. I'll probably end the stream about here. It's been about 5 hours. So yeah. Thanks everyone for hanging out on the stream. Yeah, testing out face cam and camcorder overhead, and yeah. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream today, and catch you guys whenever I stream next. Yeah, thanks everyone for hanging out.